What a beautiful day. Nothing could ruin this day.
Maybe you could play this song.
What is that a CDR?
Huh?
Let me see this. Oh, I love this one. It is pee pee poo poo. Oh.
Wait, hold on. The CD is nonsense! I grabbed the wrong one!
Is that the wrong CD?
Yeah.
R?
Huh.
Yeah.
There that goes.
There's a palm tree in the woods. So how does it go, the song on there?
Pee pee poo poo poo. Ooh.
Beep beep boop 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 boop. Beep beep boop 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 boop. Beep beep boop 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 boop. Oh. A hole in 20. This is exciting to watch though. It started at 11 a.m.
How long is it?
It never ends really. It just never ever ends. Look at that face. I saw some turtles. Hold on, let's see. There they are, the turtles. You see those turtles?
Yes.
They're the best part of the whole show. Two turtles in the water. Well, we're encoding our latest disaster.
Who's next in line to go to jail?
Grammy is probably next in line.
No. Wait, the grandpa?
Uh-oh. What if it's you? He's already been.
You've already been.
A lot.
It's a dad.
You know
son
who's next?
The hill.
Oh no, because we're not you.
Behind you.
Who's going to get you out of school? Who's going to get you out when you go?
Who's next?
Who's going to get you out of jail?
Me.
You're next.
You got to get an out of jail card.
Look at that thing.
crazy if our nation symbol just flew in the sky?
That would be amazing. If our nation's symbol would just fly. Dude, I can smell my deodorant.
Why can I smell the nation symbol?
I can smell the freedom. Freedom! 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 There it is! I see him flying free.
I can smell the Donald Trump.
I can smell the Trump too. I can smell a water feature being made. There he is again! You know what he's doing?
What?
He's looking for a squirrel to eat.
Wait, oh yeah.
We need to find a squirrel. If we only knew where an inside-out squirrel was.
Oh.
Uh-oh, we do. Look at him over there. He's way over there. Is that a drone?
Where?
That bird is a drone. Is that bird a drone? No, I don't see him.
Let's go inside.
When the sun goes down, you know what happens?
What?
We'll be grooving when the sun goes down. It'll be alright. When the sun breaks down over the water, something or other. I'm usually too drunk about this time in the song. Hey, can I get down the stairs? Or was it? Can I please go down the stairs? Y'all are too excited. I'm just going down the stairs. Just going down the stairs. Look, pal. We gotta find a sleeping bag. We're walking over here. Woo. Ooh. Ooh. heat's coming. I can feel the heat.
Are you laying down? You see Brandon? You take a picture? Hmm?
That's how I feel every morning.
6:30. I'm Tina Douglas. Our top stories today. It's the Atlanta Dogwood Festival finale. The gates just opened at Piedmont Park as the three-day festival in Midtown wraps up. More than 200 artists from all over the country participate, bringing their fine artistry with them. There's plenty of arts, crafts, food, music, and fun. The festival runs through 6 o'clock this evening. New this morning, Forest Park police are asking for the public's help in finding those responsible for a homicide. They say 19-year-old Brandon Thomas was found in an abandoned apartment near the He was shot and killed.
Spring. Oh my God. Don't come in the house until summer. These layouts of vitamins. Good Lord.
The nationwide fast by Black consumers has contributed to a noticeable slowdown in foot traffic at Target stores. So Atlanta pastor Dr. Jamal Bryan is calling on Target to reconsider its stance on East time policy. hospital, the store has since reopened to customers. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB. It's 5:34. A bill on the governor's desk expands the state's existing tax credit to help children in Georgia's foster care system. Allison Ash, President and CEO of
Call Prada Pest Management.
It's like the A-team for strippers, I guess. That's so good. Not so good at all. These everybody knows every day is a winding road. Yes, yes, yes. We all see it. We all see it. Green transportation, but broke my wrist. Oh man. Any adult that rides a bicycle. Oof. They need to get what they deserve. Run over.
Next week, I just can't wait to celebrate this with them. McIlroy is just the sixth player in golf history and the first in a quarter century to win all four major tournaments. After losing a late lead, he birdies the first playoff hole to beat Justin Rose here in Augusta. It's his first major victory in 11 years. It's 6:16.
All right, coming up at 6:20, we'll update the latest weather and we'll get you to work on time. Right now, though, your money. Let's check your money. Here's the first and these public readings.
A growing number of economists are forecasting an economic slowdown in the second half of this year. And they also say watch for the unemployment rate to climb. Investors are watching the tariff situation closely, with more tech tariffs possibly coming from the Trump administration. That's after it exempted phones, computer chips, and many other imported tech items from what it calls the reciprocal tariffs it slapped on goods from many countries earlier this month. There's also fresh talk from the Trump administration about possible tariffs on the pharmaceutical industry.
Up considerably. The stock futures this morning kind of up and down on the temperatures. We'll get the forecast and our next check of triple team traffic coming up in just 3 minutes on Atlanta's Morning News. Do stay with us. It's 6:17. And before we get to our break, let's take you back to Augusta. You heard Warren McIlroy there. Very emotional. That continued in his round of interviews post-victory. Who can blame?
That was all relief. There wasn't much joy in that reaction. It was all relief. The joy came pretty soon after that, but that was. I've been coming here 17 years, and it was a good decade plus of emotion that came out of me there.
Tariffs, his handling of the economy overall. Well, CBS News polling chief Anthony Salvanto with some new numbers.
In the immediate, we see 3/4 of Americans think that tariffs will raise prices, at least in the short term, and a lot think in the long term too. Now, they're sensitive to that because, as we've discussed for many years, inflation and prices are top concerns, right? The second thing we see is an increase in the number of people who think that Donald Trump's policies now are making them financially worse off. And it's not just that movement, but it's the setup against expectations. Back at the start of his term a few months ago, a lot of people thought that his policies would make them financially better off. So that's a big change.
Majority of people in this new CBS poll now say it is the Trump economy, more so than say it is still the Biden economy, which Trump inherited. When Atlanta's Morning News continues, got some Stockbridge area trouble on our next triple team traffic report. That is just 3 minutes from now. It's 6:48. That's a great time to get a guaranteed offer on your home from Mark Spain Real Estate at markspain.com.
It's Diamond Month at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, and that means this month, buying diamonds comes with even more diamonds. All through the month of April, when you spend $9.95 or more, you'll receive a pair of gorgeous hand-matched diamond studs absolutely free. At $9.95, you get a quarter-carat pair of studs for free. $24.95, we'll give you half-carat studs. And at $99.95, you're going home with a full-carat pair of studs on us. All April long in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Hi, my AC just died, and I live in Perry, Georgia. Do you come out this far?
Yep, we have over 300 techs all over the Macon, Atlanta, and Athens area, and we can fix it fast.
Great. Replacing it's going to be super expensive, right?
What is $69.99 a month?
Wow.
coming up after traffic and weather in less than 90 seconds. Now more. Really high praise for that young Atlanta contestant on American Idol. Let's get traffic and weather next. Now push to I-75. Advertise your smiling mark on the south side, rolling into Stockbridge. We see a crash in the jam cab. Left, right shoulders, holding both those shoulder lanes, and with those flashing lights, we're seeing brake lights now. I-75 northbound crash north of Eagles Landing, Hudson Bridge. That stays at 224. Those see in the local lanes, so express lanes will work well if you have a peach pass heading north this morning toward the I-6.
Pause for the vibe.
Crash involving an overturned vehicle has shut down
Don't hate it.
Clayton County from 285 east to 75 south. Exit 58 shut down. And then south on I-75. Let's head south out of the northern suburbs. Nebraska.
Delays with a new crash out of PM 575 southbound. Flash flood still arriving on scene just before Highway 140, 16. If you break like corner of Highway 92, 400 south still doing pretty well out of North Fulton County. Leaving Gwinnett, crash way off to the right shoulder now. Thankfully, 85 south past flood control first flood from 316. Traffic running at John Ferguson with Irvine Glenport. Traffic numbers still wasted. Stop on 09.com, johnfloyd.com. Let your water further down. Sunshine to enjoy. Kingdom will high of 82. That's sitting about 10 degrees above average. Lows tonight in the low 60s. The cold front 53 tomorrow. Not as resistant to this cold front, but it is going to operate sometimes down to upper 60s, low 70s. Wind gusts tomorrow as high as 30 miles per hour. Right now, 50 degrees in Ackworth, 45 degrees in Canton. It is 56 degrees in Duluth. Meteorologist Christina Upwards, 95.5 WSB.
Coming at 6:55, the changing face of home ownership in this country. One thing in particular Clark Howard wants to tell us about. Atlanta's Morning News continues at 6:52.
The company New York Helicopter Tours is shutting down days after a deadly chopper crash into the Hudson River. The Federal Aviation Administration makes the announcement, though it's not clear if the agency forced that company to close.
Both the FAA and NTSB continue to investigate the crash that killed 6 people, including the chopper pilot and a family from Spain. Efforts to recover parts of the chopper from the Hudson River also continue.
The Trump administration confirms a Maryland man mistakenly deported to a prison in El Salvador is alive and well. The update comes as El Salvador's president is set to visit President Trump at the White House today.
Attorney Benjamin Osorio says Kilmar Obrego Garcia's legal team has not been able to confirm his health.
Glad to get that information. I was very concerned. I was a little worried that when the government was disclaiming knowledge of where he was, that something might have happened.
And last week, the Supreme Court ordered the Trump administration to begin the process of bringing Obrego Garcia back to the U.S.
New details emerge on Wisconsin teen Nikita Kasap's plot to kill President Trump that resulted in the murders of his mother and stepfather in order to, as he claims, overthrow the government.
Kasap's mother, Tatiana, and stepfather, Donald Mayer, were found shot and killed in their Waukesha home during a welfare check in late February. Investigators say the 17-year-old Kasap killed them to obtain the financial means and autonomy necessary to carry out his plan.
Christian Cordero reports the FBI believes the teen was part of a neo-Nazi group, which the FBI describes as a...
so they can continue their education. Charges are now public against a Louisville man accused of threatening the U.S. Director of National Intelligence. The FBI arrests 24-year-old Ali Akbar Amin on a federal charge of transmitting interstate threats against Tulsi Gabbard. Amin allegedly texted threats, including the statement, quote, "You and the family are going to die soon," end quote. Agents also say they found social media threats, including images reportedly showing firearms with recorded photos of Gabbard and her husband. United States Attorney General Pam Bondi will be in Atlanta Tuesday. She and other federal partners plan to update what they say are major developments into investigations. An employee of the Georgia Public Safety Training Center is arrested in Walton County. Samuel Ray Ham has been arrested on child molestation and aggravated battery charges and has lost his job. The training center says in a release that it has terminated Ham's employment for violation of standards of employee conduct and notified the Georgia Police Officer Standards and Training Council. According to the arrest warrants, Ham is accused of touching a girl who was under the age of 16 in an inappropriate sexual manner. Ham was the division director of the academy, which specializes in training law enforcement officers in Georgia. CBI has handled this case. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB. More documents that were used a man arrested for setting fire to the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. According to Baltimore, had to walk for about an hour from his house to Governor John Shapiro. He says he harbors evil and hatred for Shapiro, and that he would have beaten him with a hammer if he found him. Baltimore also says he was at the Fort home in the governor's church. I learned Molotov cocktails he made with lawnmower gas. Governor Shapiro is praising the law enforcement response, but some are critical of the state troopers because Balmer had been walking around the property for some minutes before he was able to break into the house. In West Texas today, women made history by becoming the first multiple astronaut all-female crew to go into space.
I'm Peter King. CBS Morning's Gail King has been to space. But when it comes to calling her an astronaut, she says, don't. Still can't accept that word. She tells a Blue Origin interviewer she was afraid going in, but everything went as the flight instructor said it would. She was surprised by this.
It's oddly quiet when you get up there. It's really quiet and peaceful. And you look down at the planet and you think, that's where we came from? And to me, it's such a reminder about how we need to do better, be better.
Peter King, CBS News.
Gasps could be heard from the audience during a White House ceremony honoring Ohio State's NCAA champion football team when the trophy broke. It happened when team captains went to pick up the trophy and hand it to Vice President Vance. That's when the top broke off the base. Vance took the top parts and then held it up. It's now 4:04. The Vaughn Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes before. Brought to you by George Stein, Steel Horse Lawn, WSB Transit Stop South, Alex Wilson. Take it up, man.
And on the north side, 285 westbound, the outer loop, afternoon volume filling in from Ashford-Dunley Road over Roswell Road, exit 25 in Sandy Springs. Now we're looking through Midtown and downtown Andrew Seco. Seeing those brake lights pretty often as you're heading north and south on the connector northbound. The jam starts as you pass University Avenue southbound, starting just south of 400 on 85 proper. If you're heading north on 85, look out for the crash. Getting into the northbound, right before you get north to Coastal Road, exit 89. For the North Area Traffic Center, 15 traffic, 95.5 WSB.
WSB meteorologist Christina Upward. Sunny skies today, high 82, lows tonight in the upper 50s to low 60s. A cold front passing by tomorrow morning will keep our afternoon highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. Wind gusts tomorrow afternoon as high as 30 miles per hour. Right now it's 85 degrees in Stonecrest, 84 in Stockbridge, and it's 84 degrees now in Midtown Atlanta at 4:05. More news coming up at 4:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Veronica Weber, 95.5 WSB.
Found out
organization Wagner had specific grievances against United Healthcare. The threat follows last December's shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York. ABC Maggiotti has pleaded not guilty to murder and terrorism charges.
The study led to Parkinson's disease rates to outpace Alzheimer's. Cases of Parkinson's disease are estimated to rise 30% by 2050 in America. Will double.
Researcher says if dementia rates continue to decline as they have been, Parkinson's will take over first place in the coming decades. There is currently no cure for Parkinson's disease, and scientists are working to determine what triggers the illness.
The San Diego area braces for more aftershocks in the aftermath of a 5.2 magnitude earthquake.
Anytime we have an earthquake of this size, folks just didn't realize that there is some chance of a larger earthquake occurring. But when it went to
Elizabeth Crawford with the U.S. Geological Survey says the quake has been followed by nearly a dozen aftershocks, including a magnitude 4.0 quake. There are reports of damage, but no injuries.
Hertz alerts customers about a data breach that might expose personal information, including driver's license numbers. The car rental company says hackers obtained the data during a security incident involving one of its
If the
vendors.
information was exposed, it may include names, credit card data, and other details about customers between October and December of last year. But Hertz says its own network was not affected.
Atlanta is preparing to welcome fans from around the world later this year for several games of the Club World Cup.
Mayor Andre Dickens says the city is well prepared to host 6 games this summer, showing fans all around the globe about the hospitality, the flavor, the culture that Atlanta is known for. FIFA President Gianni Infantino says he believes Atlanta and Mercedes-Benz Stadium are ready.
I read Atlanta United. I can even think about maybe we just have to change one letter and we can say Atlanta Unites.
The Wolves City will also host several games of the Country World Cup next year at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Jonathan O'Brien, 5 Eyes of USA.
It's 5:47.
But that man that worked with the Chamber of Commerce, very good person. That's really excited. It's going to be a big fun later on this year. Well, coming up at 5:51, we'll update the latest weather and get you to work on time. First, let's get your money. Here's the first Nancy Lyons.
After a chaotic week last week, it was relatively calm on Wall Street Monday. Investors took it as a good sign that the Trump administration is temporarily exempting Chinese-built electronics from more aggressive tariffs. And an exemption could also be coming for imported cars and car parts. That gave a lift to shares of U.S. automakers. But the Trump administration wants the Commerce Department to review potential tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceutical imports. The move is a precursor to imposing tariffs, which would broaden President Trump's trade war. Tariffs on pharmaceuticals would be a shift from decades of tradition, where tariffs were not imposed on drug companies on humanitarian grounds.
On all of that, stock futures are up a bit ahead of the open this morning. The Dow futures up about 15 points. The Nasdaq futures up about 0.5%. And the S&P futures closing roughly unchanged this morning. Beyond the soundbite here on one of the top stories this had out the Army Corps of Engineers figured it was slow building week. So in effect, near Clark's Bridge, Lake Lanier, and Hall County is the first time your house, so they would never know. You can continue to pay more every year for your current service, or switch your termite protection to Breda, where your rate is locked in for 10 years. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters like termites. BREDAPest.com. Windows are supposed to frame the outside. Instead, you see wood rot, fog, moisture between the panes. Maybe they're drafty or leaky. Upgrade now to beautiful Infinity for modern fiberglass windows to improve energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal. It's Jonathan Head from North Georgia Replacement Windows. Experience the Infinity fiberglass difference at your home or in our new Alpharetta showroom. 0% politics aside, that trophy was not exactly the sturdiest trophy. I didn't know I wanted about that thing. He tried to pick it up. All right, coming up, one of our top stories in about 4 minutes here as Atlanta's morning news continues what Governor Kemp might sign into Georgia today. It is 5:56. The news of the day. Are you taking steps to help protect your money from the potential impact of world war? Russia and Ukraine, Israel, Gaza. We've seen threats from Iran, and now Syria has been taken over by extremists. The entire region of risk. The question is, how much more international conflict can we handle? And what impact will these conflicts have on the global economy and long-term savings? Right now, thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to precious metals like gold and silver to help them protect their hard-earned savings. You may not be able to control these global conflicts around the world, but you can control how you diversify your money. And that's where gold and silver can help. Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. On top of that, you can get up to a 10% instant match on a silver for qualified accounts, but only while supplies last. So don't wait. Visit HannityGold.com or call 855-815-GOLD to get your free copy today and find out if you qualify for up to a 10% instant match on gold and silver. That's 855-815-GOLD. Don't ignore any crack-rich concrete, blown wall gaps, or blown walls. You could be ignoring underlying foundation problems, and that won't hurt the value of your home. Foundation problems? Visit AquaGuard.net today and book your free inspection. AquaGuard. Harmony in our relationships feels incredible, but harmony is only achieved by committing to certain behaviors that don't always feel incredible. In order to experience harmony, you have to overlook offenses, you have to absorb some mistreatment, you have to have difficult conversations, admit and work on your own shortcomings, and you have to forgive. Look, I know you can do it, and I know it's worth it. This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
ThisStuffMatters.net.
Want to get paid twice when selling your home? With Orchard, you can. Get cash up front to buy your dream home, and when your old home sells for top dollar, that's payday number 2. Get a free home valuation at Orchard.com or call 1-844-421-SELL. How would you know this? A garage door is great. Usually critical to us. They don't just up and down. They die slowly. Garage doors drain a bit before they crack out. Squeaky, sticky, shaky, grind. They go down one way and then stop and go back up for no reason. But they hardly ever just end up dead with no symptoms and no loan to buy. If you ignore the signs, that dead door's on you. And we're talking about realign the tracks, talk to you about how things are going, and look into any symptoms that might have your body. Catch problems early, and your garage door should be around to play with the grandkids. And talk about the old days, when all this was just farmland. FoamanaGarage.com. When you decide to buy jewelry, remember Tara Fine Jewelry Company in Buford is an authorized Heartstrung Fire jeweler. Every Heartstrung Fire diamond is a piece of art, carefully and thoughtfully selected and crafted, worthy of the kind of special occasions that come along a few times in a lifetime. Tara Fine Jewelry will show you how to accurately compare diamonds with their famous personal service, so you'll know you're making a good decision. You'll see why I've been a Tara Fine Jewelry customer for over 25 years. Tara Fine Jewelry in Buford.
News, weather,
Traffic, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. It is 6 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chris Chandler. This is Atlanta's Morning News. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday. Our top stories. More international students in Georgia join a federal lawsuit against the Trump administration. With us, I'm Chris Chandler at 6:26.
Atlanta counties may be taxed to be held things like
on time, 6:47 now. Your money is next here on Atlanta's Morning News. Here's Bloomberg's Nancy Lyons.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is downplaying the recent sell-off in U.S. Treasuries and is rejecting speculation that foreign nations are dumping their holdings of U.S. T-bills and bonds. In a Bloomberg interview, he said the U.S. is a long way from having to take any action, but says the administration does have a toolkit to roll out if necessary. The founders of Topgolf, who brought high-tech to golf, are now bringing high-tech to the game of pool. They've raised $34 million in their seed round for what they're calling Pool House. Their first venue is planned for London, with others coming later to North America and the Middle East. LVMH, that sells luxury goods to Christian Dior and Louis Vuitton, says even wealthy shoppers are reining in their spending. The company says revenue at its fashion and leather goods division, its largest unit, fell 5% in the first quarter.
NASDAQ's looking up a bit, otherwise stock futures roughly unchanged here before the open this morning. Coming up in just 3 minutes on Atlanta's Morning News, breaking traffic, a new travel advisory on I-285. This is in Cobb County, and you will hear the details from the traffic center at 6:48. And that's a great time to get a guaranteed offer on your home from Mark Spain Real Estate at markspain.com.
Hi, this is Candace from Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. But today, instead of giving you a home remodeling tip, my tip is don't just take my word for it. For over 20 years, you've heard me on the radio sharing remodeling advice. And if you really want to know what sets Exovations apart, go look at our reviews. At Exovations.com, you'll find hundreds of real stories from real homeowners who have trusted us with their exterior remodeling projects. From decks, siding, windows, doors, paint, roofing, windows, and so much more. You'll see words like amazing, incredible experience from start to finish, and again, stress-free. That's not just what we say, it's what our customers say. So yes, I'm Candace from Exovations, but don't just listen to me. Listen to our reviews. At Exovations, we do projects on time, on budget, and without all that stress. Google Exovations or visit exovations.com. WSB Atlanta, WSBD FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta News and Talk. Spring storms can produce flash flooding with heavy rain flowing around your house and into your crawl space. And rainwater trapped in there will provide the perfect breeding ground for mold. Hey, this is Christina F. Words. Mold not only produces that stale, musty smell, but it can also impact the air quality in your home. So tell my friends at American Culture.
Living residents and their family members gauging satisfaction with various aspects of senior living.
Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti reports some of those aspects include community safety, caregiving, activities, management, staff members, food, and value.
The NBA play-in tournament tips off tonight with the Atlanta Hawks in action. The Hawks head to Orlando to face the Magic and decide the Eastern Conference's 7th seed. Tip-off tonight, 7:30.
Now, the game will decide which team will match up against the reigning champion Boston Celtics in the first round. First round
one, dog. What the fuck is that? Is that the wind? That'll be the wind, because I'm gonna run. Do you hear it? That was weird. Dude, that was spooky sound. Time to run! And by running, I mean staying in my chair the whole time. This is me running. Is that a, what do you call the female, screaming ghost thing?
The screamer?
No, the, oh God, it's escaping me. There it is. Don't go to it. That's the whole idea.
Oh, you're talking about like a succubus or a
Yes.
siren.
Siren. They're trying to get you on the rocks. I'm still running in my chair. That's the best I can
That's
do.
another name for a mermaid.
Yes, I'm out. I'm out. I'm running away. Come on, man. The siren's calling. I know when to go when I hear one. Plenty of spooky lights left over.
There it is.
I wonder,
But look at this, there's a metro going right here.
right out to the main outside. That's what you do, is you have the tour end at the store like every other tour, you know it?
You know what these are, right? These are like those, these are lights underneath that screen panel.
You're right. It was cool back in the day.
It was. I mean, when they did this, it was a total change from what it was originally. Before they did this upgrade.
Kind of surprised. Hey, there's Meatwad right there.
At least we're still winning the game. I'm so terrified. Roborant is a medicine. Now, it's a noun. If it's a be a noun, it could be an adjective. R-O-B-O-R-A-N-T. The noun, a medicine, treatment, etc. that has a strengthening or restorative effect. And then the adjective having a strengthening or, you guessed it, restorative effect.
Like ivermectin.
Well, actually, that's not scandalous anymore. That's not the word we're talking about. CDC say, yeah, you get the COVID. Yeah, go ahead. That's when you are expecting somebody to come over to your house and rant about politics.
Expect your aunt.
Or your aunt's coming.
Yeah, your aunt's coming, she's gonna cough phlegm all over you because she took antidepressants.
Well, this one is Roborant, and that's the word today. And if you haven't known, if you weren't here yesterday, where the hell were you? Number one. But we changed the rules on word of the day. You just got all of it. There's a word of the day. We tell you what it is, and then you can take it, you can leave it. Maybe you learned something, maybe you didn't. Although Arlen did take the time to write the story up to a certain point. We haven't played it, so we should probably have a very special moment where.
End it?
Yeah.
End it.
Let's just go ahead and just add a couple of sentences and bring it to an end.
And then what's going to happen in
Okay.
every
Yeah, what's it called?
Maybe your hip.
What's it
It's
called?
Amara's Peril.
Machina Dei Akamuka. What's that called?
Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, that's it. Go ahead and just toss that in. Hand of God comes in. The whole thing.
You're dead. You're dead.
The worst example of that, I think, that I've ever come across is the book, not The Shining, Stand. Stephen King. Oh, what a great book. What a great book. 97%. Beyond belief. I stopped reading Stephen King like in the late 80s. He just wouldn't stop putting out 800,000 pages of novels. And I know he does, and God bless him. But Putin ends up in Maine in the next
Oh no. I picture myself as the guy on the right, but I think I might actually be the guy on the left. God. Bro. For cereal. Can
Sunday afternoon, we're still in the mid-80s despite a mostly cloudy sky. Monday brings our next chance of showers, a few rumbles of thunderclouds.
This is why you don't feed your pets people food. Ever.
Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
It's 534, University System of Choice Florida Regions host prices as they are for most Georgia undergrads. $49.99 a month with zero down and the only true lifetime warranty backed by Reliable. Get your free estimate at reliableair.com today.
Hey, it's Belinda, and April showers brought me mosquitoes, and thankfully, Aero Exterminators came to the rescue with their environmentally friendly and effective treatments. Family owned and operated for over 61 years, Aero Exterminators offers a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee and free pest inspections for your home or office. Take back your yard this spring. Call 888-GO-AERO or visit aeroexterminators.com. And don't forget to tell them Belinda sent you. in Alpharetta, 45 in Lawrenceville. Meteorologist Christina Upwards, 95.5 WSB.
It's 6:31, our top local story. These things used to be so boring all around the country, but boy, not anymore. And now an Acworth town hall hosted by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has been repeatedly interrupted by angry critics.
Bye. Just like that illegal alien. Bye.
WSB's Graham Carroll reports live that police then resorted to physical force to haul some of them away.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. Attendees were pre-screened to ensure they were residents of Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. Nonetheless, at least one of the protesters removed from the proceedings lives elsewhere. And Representative Greene says opponents were provided an area to gather.
There was a place designated outside for the protesters because we support their First Amendment right. So you know who was out of line? The protesters.
you. It's 6:37.
When traffic hits.
I-75 completely shut down north and south between McDonough and Locust Road. Triple T Traffic Center has you covered.
Lights fill in on 316 westbound at Sugarloaf Parkway, your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Police fire department activity.
Brought to you by the Colray Electric Car Company.
Atlanta's News and Talk. If you're here every single day now, I do request that you my daughter the other day got a text message on foodcover.com. Click on it and pay your toll, and it's just a scam. All of these things keep happening. They're preying upon the young, senior citizens, and you and me. But there's good news. Vision Computers here to help you. If you have them in the service you've ever wanted, in just 15 seconds, expert tips to at your fingertips, ready to protect you from what like threat scams and computer bugs. And don't let's take my word for it. You're a Vision Computer household, but they've got thousands of five-star reviews beyond my household. Here's what I do with 5-star reviews. They've got thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews because they're simply the best. Call them at 404 today. Visit them online at visioncomputers.com because when it comes to your security, you can't afford to wait. Vision will take care of you. Tell them I sent you. Call them at 404-COMPUTER or go to visioncomputers.com. Listen up. This is Whitney. We won't wait for the rule to leave Boston. Please help our health. Notified hospital goes beyond appreciating to hear and share with Whitney because women deserve more than yes. The deserve and millions of action is what counts in Northside is rolling up our sleeves and getting clearer for you. This is the hospital. Learn more at northside.com/guide. Is taking the house under Project West. Make this the last time you pay. With Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year warranty. I love Wise Guys Pro Wash. Now is the perfect time to pressure wash your home for spring. Clean away all the pollen and grime. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. But hurry, spots are filling up fast. Visit wiseguysprowash.com.
While spring in Georgia can be a more comfortable season, we all know it's a precursor to our sweltering summer. Hi, this is Daniel J. Make sure your air conditioning system is ready all summer long with our maintenance checkup today with James Services. If you happen to need to replace an aging system, now's a great time. Excellent financing options, rebates, and even a federal tax credit. Call us 24/7 for your appointment or look online at jamesservices.com. Okay, it's about 50. Legally, you're underway. That means you're really close to it. Stay along the website and local app. And underwriting means offering our members the most competitive
decision to revoke the visas of some international students. The small group of demonstrators say they want to stand with students impacted by the cancellations. This student protester telling me,
I'm here to speak amongst those who can't speak.
Another protester says students from other countries have the right to get an education.
I think a school should be a sanctuary for people to feel safe and to learn.
Officials have not said exactly how many international students that attend GSU have been affected by the cancellations. In downtown Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, M55 WSB.
Long County woman's arrested and charged in a case of child abuse involving allegations of tying up a toddler and giving him drugs.
Police say the victim, a 2-year-old boy, had been given marijuana. Investigators say the 24-year-old suspect wrote more in West Pitch, posted pictures and videos of the boy in hot tide, and even a video with a dog leash around his neck, along with a phone line restricting his neck. He told me what was going on with this child and made reports. All County Sheriff's Office spokesperson BJ Williams says the woman was arrested and charged with felony first-degree child cruelty. Submitting here at 95.5 WSB, a ceremony is held at the Georgia State Capitol to honor the life of the Metro Atlanta airman killed by a former sheriff's deputy last year. Family, friends, and several groups marked Tuesday Roger Folkson Day in Fulton County and what would have been his 24th birthday. His brother says Folkson's killing is an injustice.
This young man didn't lose his life in battlefields doing well protecting his country. He lost his life from racism. Ex-Fulton Deputy Eddie Duran shot Folkson while responding to a domestic disturbance report, which turned out to be false. Faces a felony manslaughter charge. The 636 man, she is presumed innocent of court. That Hall County story. Woman of the challenge. Yes, tried always good. It's me. Coming up at 6:50, we'll update the latest weather, get you to work on time. Time to go now for our WSB Money Update. This Wednesday morning. Here's the first Nancy Lyons.
Few advancements in the ongoing trade war. The European Union and the U.S. were unable to bridge trade differences this week, as White House officials said the bulk of the U.S. tariffs imposed on the bloc will not be removed. President Trump is also urging China to reach out in order to kick off negotiations after Beijing ordered its airlines not to take any further deliveries of Boeing jets. The Canadian government is easing up on automakers, says a full report. A number of U.S.-made cars and trucks without tariffs, as long as the companies keep manufacturing vehicles in Canada.
Stock futures are down. In particular, the NASDAQ is down considerably this morning before the opening bell. Let's go beyond the soundbite now at that protest on the Georgia State campus that you just heard about, protesting the cancellation of some international student visas at colleges across Georgia.
I'm not afraid to come out and protest because I'm a natural-born American citizen, but I do want to stand in solidarity with people who are at risk of deportation.
Georgia State is a university founded on diversity. It's a diverse campus, just like the United States was founded on diversity. And it really hurts to see people losing their student visas. They have a right to be here. They have a right to learn, just like the rest of us do.
Jonathan O'Brien covered this protest for us, as you just heard. He says this was a passionate and vocal group, and he says it was a small group of student protesters. Got a new I-85 snag to tell you about in our next Triple Team traffic report that follows just 3 minutes from now on Atlanta's Morning News. It's 6:40. And that's a great time to get a guaranteed offer on your home from Mark Spain Real Estate at markspain.com. You got your term lines billed and they raised your rate again. Switch to Rate FX Measure and your rate's locked in for 10 years. RateFX.com. Your family is 5, what Clark Howard wants you to watch out for as you approach retirement, however slowly. Atlanta's Morning News continues at 6:52.
United Airlines says it's cutting about 4% of its flights in the third quarter of this year due to economic uncertainty.
United says it is reducing off-peak flying on lower demand days, and United will retire 21 planes earlier than it had planned. It comes as United earnings expectations in its first quarter. It says international and premium travel demand remains strong.
Alex Stone reports airlines blame tariffs and unstable stock markets for customers cutting back on booking domestic coach flights.
Hyundai CEO Jose Munoz tells Bloomberg some automakers will hold off on vehicle price hikes, at least for now, amid the global trade war. He said the automaker will maintain its prices through June 2nd at least. Bloomberg said the United States is Hyundai's most important global market.
Bloomberg says Mr. Eddy reports Munoz says automakers could gradually increase their vehicle prices to help ease this tariff shock.
Well, today is the deadline to register for Right to Atlanta. It's a tuition-free program helping metro area students prepare for college, but also mentoring college students hoping to become teachers. The Right to Atlanta's Monique Shields says the program will charge middle and high school students on course to earn a four-year degree.
They help us secure 500 people in high school every year, and then also about 50 colleges here in Georgia.
She said the program operates year-round, creating a critical pipeline of future educators.
And a UGA study on the financial well-being finds unlikely several loss rates while baby boomers have the highest. And the study suggests that financial knowledge and money management skills tend to increase with age.
Researchers say the results show the need for improved money management skills and renewed commitment to financial goals for all generations. The study is published in the International Journal of Consumer Studies.
Now back to Rod Fuller and Tic-Tac-Toe. The game show host Wade Martindale Lowndes died at the age of 91. He famously hosted many other shows, including Gambit and High Rollers.
His manager says the former disc jockey died in California, surrounded by family. He'd been battling lymphoma for years, but no officially cause of death is provided. Martindale received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame back in 2006. At 6:55, I was going to say that theme music screams of the 70s. It screams of the 80s, but I don't know what it screams of. You know, they never rebooted Tic-Tac-Toe. Yeah, why not? I think that's what a lot of people may not have even heard of it. I don't know, because it's too simple. That's the only thing I can think of. Yes, I like that one. It had the dragon right in the middle. It's just Tic-Tac-Toe. That's right. Deep Martindale. All right, we will hear from Clark Howard next. And Clarky's Time Round is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
If you have a parent who's reaching the point of retiring from a job, or let's say you yourself are approaching retirement from a job, you need to know that salespeople, generally from insurance companies or bank-based brokerages, are going to try to con you to taking the money from your employer-provided 401k and putting it with them. And let me tell you why this is a con, why it's so bad. You will end up with an insurance company product or with a bank-based brokerage paying huge commissions and giant ongoing expenses that are so much higher than you'll typically have with a 401k plan that it's virtually 100% of the time a terrible idea. Be aware, be wary.
Oh, well, they brought out the tasers at Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall meeting in Ackworth last night. It's a top story when Atlanta's Morning News continues. Just more than 3 minutes from now, we will let you hear what went down. It's 6:56.
Topicon.
Like the fact Doge is making an effort, the monies they collected from their tenants stole such fun.
Mark Aaron.
I think I speak for a lot of the average folks.
This morning at 9.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Some things get better with age, but not your home siding and windows in your house.
crowded at Georgia State Center Park Stadium feeding into the I-20 interchange. Latest on I-20 East and West End traffic.
Starting still and now as you top the hill on Lead 92, Fairburn Road out of Douglasville and a slow and stops on 20 south of Industrial Boulevard. Over in Clark County, that is getting more traffic from Lithonia Industrial Boulevard along I-20 West. That's reported 710 Triple T traffic 95 WSB. The sun is out and it's a gorgeous start this morning. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon. High 71, lows tonight in the mid-40s. Tomorrow mostly sunny, high 76. The heat is on for this weekend as we reach the mid-80s. Right now it is 43 degrees in Austell, 48 in East Point, and 48 degrees in Duluth. Meteorologist Christina Annapolis, 95.5 WSB.
It's 7:02 on top of historic Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's latest town hall featured some almost literal fireworks last night. WSB's Jonathan O'Brien reports protesters were forcibly removed from this meeting in Cobb County.
Moments after Green stepped on stage, a man was dragged out of the room by Ackworth police for causing a disruption. A few minutes later, another man grabbing at officers was tased.
Designated protest area outside the building. Ackworth police say in a statement they discovered posts online before the meeting which suggested the potential for disruptive behavior inside. They made plans in advance with that in mind. It is 7:03 now. With more news here, Deputy Boston Sheriff Pastor Lee.
From overnight, a South Fulton police officer was killed in a head-on crash. Georgia State Patrol is investigating the crash on Flash Shoals Road at Tunnel Road, where initial reports indicate Lieutenant Helio Garcia was driving his department vehicle while on duty when another car veered into his lane and struck his vehicle head-on. He died of his injuries a short time later at the hospital. South Fulton Police Chief Keith Meadows said in a statement that Lieutenant Garcia was more than a colleague, he was family, and his department will carry his memory with him in every shift, every call, and every act of service. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
One Metro Atlanta City takes a step toward putting brakes on fatal car crashes.
Spring City Council has updated its safety action plan, steps to end traffic fatalities involving drivers, bicyclists, pedestrians, and transit drivers. The only question, the year the goal must be met. 2050 is just on the bicycles, much was moved to 2040. So 2040 it will be. The amendment is done. The plan includes mid-block crossings, more sidewalks, and a lot more. It comes after word Sandy Springs had 27,000 wrecks in 5 years. Keeps up at 95.5 WSB.
It's 7:04. While many members admit they don't want to do it, the Decatur City School Board hopes to rescind or normalize some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. They say it's the only way to federal funding following orders from the Trump administration.
Changing those words and their policies won't stop them from seeking equity for all students.
The college students in Georgia get some good news about their tuition costs. The Georgia Board of Regents has agreed not to increase tuition at the state's colleges and universities. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says it's for in-state students only.
There's a flight to out of state and out of country of 2 and 3%.
At two former two-year schools, costs eventually will match those of four-year schools.
The board agreed that they probably should be the same after a transition period, and that's what the two exceptions are at North Georgia and Albany.
Purdue calls college in Georgia a great value for students. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
Small group of protesters chant ICE off our campuses as they gather at Georgia State University to rally against the cancellation of international student visas.
I'm here to speak amongst those who can't speak.
One protester says schools should be a sanctuary for students to learn. University officials have not said exactly how many international students who attend Georgia State have been affected by the cancellations.
At 7:05, lawmakers and other community advocates are set to call for changes to the Georgia State Patrol's pursuit policy. WSB's Austin Eller reports live. Comes after a fatal crash caused by a chase in Little Five Points.
That happened earlier this week as a state trooper chased a driver down Moreland Avenue. That driver went through a red light during that chase, hitting and killing an innocent 19-year-old driver from DeKalb County. The National Police Accountability Project says it believes it's just the latest in a pattern of tragic crashes caused by pursuits. They're calling for an end to high-speed chases, but also want restrictions like requiring approval from a supervisor before beginning the pursuit. They're meeting today to
an old friend you will certainly recognize as well. Scotts Lakes, Georgia on the way. Let's get the details first, though, of this Triple Team Traffic Travel Advisory in the Conyers area. In the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, here's Mark McKay. On the jam cam, Chris, it's a crash. Only a right lane getting by. 20 westbound before West Avenue exit 80, right at the exit ramp to exit 80. So one right lane open, couple of left lanes knocked out. Police also working on the ramp, and delays that now begin before Highway 138. If you go north, you get on Dogwood Drive. That's an access road. South is Irish Drive. So either one of those will take you to West Avenue, get back on I-20 West and roll toward DeKalb County at I-285. Now a big concern in Clayton County. Ashley Frasca.
Right now, we're sounding a red alert. No traffic coming through with a crash on 75 South. It's just before Terra Boulevard, 1941, headed southbound. So from 285, you'll want to take 1941. You can rejoin 75 South that way.
driven. He tried, that's all it counts. Is this sus?
Just because you mentioned it, someone asked me about this. You know that Dave Plummer I've been talking about in this videos. I love him. I subscribe. I watch every video he makes. But he did one on Longhorn, and I don't know if we talked about this at all. But I very much wanted to watch this. I was super excited when I saw it. I was like, oh, I'm going to learn something new here, and I didn't learn anything new. It turns out he left Microsoft in 2003, which is when this heated up, and his stories are as secondhand as mine. And this is not a criticism. I just, because of who he is and what he does, I was like, oh my God, this deal's going to be some innovation. But, you know, as a Cutler acolyte, he was, of course, kind of crapping on the other parts of Microsoft, because that's what Cutler did. You know, these other people were children. They couldn't program correctly. No, everything they do is terrible.
Very much of the, we don't have to deal with bugs because we don't write bugs.
That's right. But, you know, it's the guy, the prince from The Princess Bride, who says, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm never wrong. You know, like he kind of goes from there, right? So, but he is Cutler, right? Cutler's a genius, and you know,
he and his immediate acolytes could actually qualify for that.
Mark Lakowski falls into this category. These guys were just absolute geniuses. So, Dave was a really smart guy, but he wasn't in the upper echelon of that part of the company, right? So, I can handle Dave Cutler crapping on Jim Mulchin or Longhorn, which he called shorter and hilarious. It's okay. But for someone else like Dave Plummer to just sort of ride along and do the same thing, it's like, you might want to.
You're not that guy. Sorry.
You're not there, and it's and you're not right about everything. It's just, you know, it was a little tough, but anywho,
Cutler still goes to the office and he's in his 80s.
And he is a force of nature. If he ever does pass away, he will disappear into a cloud of sparkles, and there will be just like a black mark on the ground. No one will
Arguably, like Arthur C. Clarke, he would just go back to his original timeline.
Yes, yes, where VMS actually made sense, and we live in a different world. Yeah. Okay. I actually forgot why I went off on the little Longhorn story, but there was a reason. There were reasons. So
we're bringing all the window stories together.
I know. As I get old, they all kind of just blend together. So I transfer from time to time in space to space. Just two more Windows related stories. So Microsoft Edge, remember when they were still using their own rendering engine? They used to do these performance comparisons. You just switch over runtime, you know, things. We used to get that a lot. We don't get that anymore because now they're using Chromium, right? So,
what's the point?
Yeah, well, one of the points is that when Microsoft makes changes to the rendering engine, they can just do it for Edge, so they can do their own thing. But they also kind of feed back into Chromium. They did that thing with the text display only on Windows because they were last on Windows technology. But the text rendering across all Chromium browsers now is better because Microsoft contributed to that. But I guess they're still doing literal web rendering performance work outside of Chromium, although they suggest some of the stuff will go back. my guess is this will in fact feedback because they've been pretty good about that.
There's some incentive for them not to, right? If they don't give it back, then you might not use Chrome, you might use Edge. Yeah, you left on more. Now you're raising everybody.
Yeah, you want to be careful with
Can't do that. Yeah, I agree. It's bad form.
If you're suggesting
the new version of .NET always has big performance improvements that are.
that's another one, that's right. Yep, every time.
But I should point out that the Chromium engine's based on the Blink engine's based on KHTML, and I don't think Google contributes.
You don't think there's a lot going on with
I mean, that's what you do. You like the KDE,
and then the KDE desktop environment in Linux has benefited greatly from Google's work.
Somehow I doubt it, but I could be wrong. You never know.
I've never heard that, but
Yeah.
and then this one's just kind of fun. So there is something called the National Recording Registry that's part of the U.S. Library of Congress. That'll be the next part of our government gets axed once they find out it still exists. But they have, and as they do every year, they induct songs, albums, artists, all kinds of things into this. So those are the Library of Congress that's there. So this particular one is Happy Trails by Roy Rogers, the Chicago album, the Chicago Transit Authority, Helen Reddy, Steve Miller Band, Tracy Chapman, Celine Dion, all kinds of stuff. Hello Dummy, the comedy album by Don Rickles, 1968 is in there.
That's in the Library of Congress. Wow.
There are two Microsoft-related things in here, one of which I found immediately confusing, but then cleared it up. The first one is the what they call the Windows Reboot chime from Windows 95. Which
This one?
No, that's a donkey braying. I don't know what that was. You know, that bloom, bloom, bloom.
Yeah,
that pleasant sound, right? So Brian Eno is, he makes a lot of atmosphere.
I love the little piano. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's pretty. Yeah.
And then they redid it again in Vista, and I'm sure they've redone it several times since then, but nobody cares anymore. But at that time, this was a big deal, so that was kind of a nice. That was nice.
These were all distraction tools for the fact that you were waiting to boot out. That one?
Well, they're all of a, there's a family of sounds in here.
I found this is a YouTube channel, Evolution of All Windows Startup and Shutdown Settings. Love it.
What's the guy? Robert Fripp was the guy who did the Windows Vista sounds.
Frippertronics.
From Crimson, what's it?
King Crimson.
King Crimson, thank you.
Yeah. He and Eno are buddies.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the other Microsoft-related item that made it into the National Registry, or the National Recording Registry, is the soundtrack album for the game Minecraft.
Wow.
So when I saw Minecraft soundtrack, I thought, you don't mean the movie. That just came
No.
But no, I guess there was a 2011.
In Minecraft, you have records that you could put on there's music.
And if you go to Spotify or whatever service and search for Minecraft soundtrack, you will find this, and a lot of it is made by, I think it's C418 or something. But it's called the theme song is Minecraft Volume Alpha.
Oh man, this brings me back. I hear this. I feel like I'm in the mines.
This is a little bit like a Brian Eno kind of thing, isn't it? It's like
totally.
But there's a whole, it's an album of these songs, and so
now I can play it because it's in the Library of Congress.
That's right. Honestly, to me, it almost sounds of the same era as the Windows 95 music. I think
it does, doesn't it?
Well,
it's certainly the same. This one's called Wet Hands. It's very relaxing. It's one of the reasons I actually like Minecraft, because it's very relaxing.
Yeah, I told the story a million times, but I walked into my son's room one day and he wasn't playing like an action game. He was playing something that looked weird to me. I was like, what the hell is this? And he says, this is Minecraft. I'm like, what do you do? And he's like, you build things. And I was like, okay. And then this thing floated by in this space or whatever, and he goes, that's my cousin Harrison. He just now works in security and
Harrison's in there too, huh? So he had
they were doing something together, and I was like,
that's so cool.
I was just like, carry on, that looks cool.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
This thing is good. Oh, it's the best. I've spent many hundreds of hours in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Building crap.
Well, I hope you
still
enjoy
have
the
a
movie.
Twit Minecraft.
It looks ridiculous.
We have a Twit Minecraft server. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. Club members have access. they never did this, but to this day, I mean, the best HoloLens demo I ever got was that first one where they did Minecraft in the room we were in. So
I know.
Had, like this Minecraft castle on it, but the wall was a Minecraft wall, you know, looked like Minecraft. And it was the real room, but it was all on the stuff, you know. And the wall broke open, the bricks came out, and these Minecraft bats came flying out towards it. Everyone was like, you know, like it kind of went right at you, and I was like, yeah, this is amazing, and
Yeah, so never shipped it. Do you know how many Minecraft players owned a HoloLens headset?
Yeah. Zero. Not counting employees of Microsoft? Zero.
Wow. Wow. Oh, man. I always wanted that. I would almost go out and buy, you know, a Vision Pro or whatever.
Their list of things that almost happened with Minecraft is really interesting, because remember they were going to do like a really realistic graphics thing, but there was something, I think it might have been called Minecraft Live. They demonstrated it on stage. So
it was a game. You could go around like
it was around briefly, like you could go in the real world and Minecraft would be there.
I used to play it. Yeah.
Okay. So I remember the demo on stage because they were on stage. It looked like a chasm opened in front of them or something that went down into the ground. And I was like, oh yeah. Like you could tell, like this is.
It was so cool.
Yeah. And this type of stuff.
And it would be persistent. It was using that Azure location technology.
Okay. Yeah.
Azure
probably
whatever they call it.
I'm sure this was inspired by what was that mobile game you used to play this all the time?
It was Pokemon Go. That's why I picked it up, because I thought, oh, this will be great.
This will be the next
Go for Minecraft.
Yeah.
And they killed it like almost like months later. They didn't.
Well, these days, if you don't get 100 million users in 2 months, it's just not important.
It's really true.
Yeah, there might have been. I don't remember if there was an excuse or reason. I don't know. Maybe there were people walking on piers. You know, it was bad enough. Like Apple Maps, they had people driving in the middle of the desert because there were no roads there. Like imagine you're walking around in the real world, and you get walking walls hit by cars.
I'm kind of sad Pokemon, which was a kind of a Google spin-off, Niantic. The guys at Niantic were the Google Maps guys, and they just sold out for billions of dollars to the Saudi Arabian Sovereign Fund. So the Saudis now own Pokemon Go.
I was an Ingress player for a while.
Ingress was their predecessor, yes. I loved Ingress. It was too complicated for normal people. But for us, it was great.
It became a game where it was very much an insider's game. So
but you had to walk. The thing is, you had to get, and this was I loved about Pokemon 2, was you had to get out and do it. You had to walk around.
That's what I'm saying. This is the best steak I've ever had in my life. I mean, you'd hate it. You're more of a French guy, but
you're not. Yeah.
This was this is. If you just had my level
not for
of taste,
you, Paul.
You know.
No AI in it. I'm sorry, A1 on it.
Goodness knows.
HP sauces.
HPs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pause for a moment to remember Steve and the Minecraft movie, which as it currently stands is the #1 movie in all of the world.
It will always be #1 in my heart, and I wish it would die in a fire. I don't understand why this movie's popular.
Jack Black pays Steve. That's all you need to know.
That is all I need to know. I agree. That was my primary reason for ignoring it. He's a good looking guy.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to stream it. I'm not going to a movie theater ever again.
It'll be fine on an airplane.
Exactly. Richard has those airplane movies. I have my
Minecraft movie soundtrack. Take a nap. You'll be better off.
So relaxing. So relaxing. I'm going to download Minecraft and show you the Twit build. It's really amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Is there anything in it like one of the promises of Doom for a little while was that people would make maps of real places and you could play right?
The Brick House Studios are in it.
Yeah. Okay. See, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like that kind of thing.
It started with Chad Johnson, OMG Craft.
Yeah.
They built that for years. 3 or 4, maybe 5 people were really devoted, and then I saved it. We had a copy of it, and we put it back up on the server. And then I don't want to run the server out of my house anymore. So, well, only because I need all the upstream bandwidth I can get. This was back in the studio where we had so much upstream bandwidth. So, very kind fella in our club, whose name escapes him. I'm trying to remember his name, but anyway, Lion Admiral 1981. Lion Admiral 1981 took it over, and he's running it. So if you want to get into our Minecraft server, we have a survival server that's set to like super tough too. Just join the club, $7 a month, ad-free versions of all the shows, and access to the Minecraft server. Well, see, I should mention that more.
I know, I'm surprised this isn't more of a perk.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. Go into the Let's Play channel on our Discord and say, add me, because you do have to get whitelisted. All right, let's pause and come back. Much more of Windows Weekly on the horizon. But as soon as it gets here, we'll let you know. But it's on. What's that on the horizon? It's on the horizon. It's at the end of the tunnel. Oh, that's not going to be good. But first,
Might be a dream.
First, a word from our sponsor, the wonderful folks at 1Password. Here's a question for you from 1Password. Do your end users owe a wad of college kids? There are nice brick paths between access management is the first security solution. It brings all these unmanaged devices, apps, and identities under your control. It ensures that every user credential is strong and protected. Every device is known and healthy, and every app is visible. 1Password is ISO 27001 certified with regular third-party audits. It exceeds the standard Windows Weekly. Offers much more support. Windows Weekly is support, so you go to that address, 1Password.com/Windows Weekly. Please. On the show. No, please. I'm just going to say to you, what's up? In the heart, there's fear.
Yeah, some stuff. What I was going to say was I've kind of lost track of the history of this thing. Before the pandemic, Microsoft was working on these Surface Hub devices, right? Which are kind of the drawing head. Yeah, at the time, when we were all going into businesses and meeting rooms together, and they were doing great. Yeah. Before this, they had to remember it was like a Pixel Sense display, and now they use the term Pixel Sense to describe Surface PC displays.
The original Surface was that crazy table that
Yeah, the big titty.
didn't work on stage,
Right. Right. And it was the type of thing a hotel or a casino would buy, but not the type of thing a person would buy, right? So they, it was broken the moment you installed it. Yeah. The board was but it was funny.
I've never seen that on cruise ships. I saw the hotels in Vegas.
There were some cool demos for it. I like the return to the sit-down Pac-Man style machine where you could be across from someone who both, you switch players, the screen was swapped so they could play. Kind of resembled that to me. But Surface Hub, the first version, 50-ish, 80-ish inch screens, I forget. But then right before the pandemic, they announced Surface Hub PS2. And this is the one where it was like on an easel, and you could string three of them together in one big screen. It was going to be amazing. And then it wasn't, the pandemic. So the world ended. Yeah. So tied to this, I sort of forget the OSs, but the original Surface Hub had like a Teams edition of Windows 10, I would imagine. And then, of course, in time they had a Windows-based OS. I think it was like Surface OS or whatever that they were going to use as they kind of evolved these things. But the original Surface Hub is now, 10 years old. So in October it's going end of life, and there's no upgrade for it. You can't put Linux on it. There's no real plans for this thing. So
and I imagine just bursts into flames. You're just going to get no upgrades.
Yeah, right. I mean, but as software evolves, and we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens. But I suppose, given the nature of this device, maybe it's not as big of a problem as say with the PC. But yeah, it's interesting. It's been that long. I mean, to me, it's just like, wow, okay.
The probable thing for a 2015 Surface Hub is it hasn't been turned on in 3 years.
Yeah. Well, now that people are returning to the office is now a thing. It's the hot new trend in offices, actually using the office.
The other thing the pandemic did is it gave everybody a camera rig and experience with sharing software. Like, now the question is, do you need to go into the meeting room?
Yeah. Well, I think...
All right.
What
explain it.
It sounds like my rice cooker.
I can't. We have if anyone has any Samsung appliances,
Oh,
they
God,
have.
and they sing
songs. They're like, their clothes are done. Like, it's so, yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, so we have one at home and we have one here, and they sing different songs. That, you know, this one's a little more of a, you know, a Mexican traditional. You know, it's a trumpet sound. I don't know. It's just, you know, it's Mexican. But
Do they really? They have. Oh, see, that's interesting. So
it's not actually
country specific.
It's definitely a different song. I can tell you that. I don't know why.
Interesting. What do they do in Canada? Do you have any Canadian?
Oh, Canada, your bones are dry.
And the chicken dance. That's what
That was on drive, actually.
There's nothing here that couldn't be turned into something that makes a lot of noise. So that's just
it's the washer, it's the dryer, and the rice cooker, and we've got a Japanese water boiler too that plays a song.
Yes.
The water's just on.
Wow. Yeah, I used to have a Japanese water purifier. I would have a whole bunch of this. Bring them
Yeah, this is like, okay, so maybe this is an Asian thing, but it's like, you want your electronics to make you happy.
Yeah.
Right? They were probably among the first to try to, like, you know, make them, you know, like people-like things, right? Like, even though it's a white square, it doesn't look like a person. Although I guess I am a white square, depending on how you look at it. But, yeah, so I think, like, these, like, they like little happy songs, so, like, maybe it makes you happy, whereas I'm always like, is there a button where I can turn this thing?
Yeah, because we have a German
Can I gouge it
dishwasher.
with, like, a...
We have a German dishwasher, and all it does is make a very annoying beep.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We're done. We are done. Come, open the dishwasher.
I was driving slowly through a town in some small town in Germany, and there was an old man with a cane, and he's walking like 2 miles per hour or whatever. And I'm like, obviously, I'm gonna let this guy go, even though I could have done USB C to A, like on that local cable. So I put the dongle in the end of it, and it's stuck into the front of the Thunderbolt dock I use, and plus it brings it closer to the keyboard, so there's less interference or whatever. Yeah, I love this thing. I love it so much.
In case makes I've had other in case stuff.
Yeah, they're pretty well done. And actually, if you go to their Design by Microsoft menu thing, which I think you did,
I did. They got
there's a bunch of stuff, and this was not the case fairly recently. So they had a couple of things I think for a while, but now it looks like they got the whole thing going. So you can get just the keyboard for $120.
They do have a Bluetooth keyboard, but it's just square regular every day.
No, I don't. I wish these things. I thought they were going to update it. In fact, I thought part of the update was it was going to have the Copilot key. That was going to be one, right? And then it would be also Bluetooth. But I guess now it's still the same. Whatever. It took long enough. I'm glad they're making it. It's better. It's better.
Get a bank a couple.
Well, not at $150, but I'll definitely. If I ever thought these things were going away, which they are. Yes, I did that before, and then I went through them. So,
Yeah, that's the thing is,
I bought it
while they're still in stock,
you know, to bring it here. Yeah. Yep.
Breaking news.
Samsung, you get a little something.
Okay.
Yes. Sure.
and my clothes are dry.
Yeah, this doesn't. Yeah, you're right, Steve. Notion does this thing where there's like a weird scroll bar thing over on the right, and I keep clicking it by mistake, and it scrolls all the way down to the bottom of the document. That's the first thing I did. Yeah. Okay. So AI, we can go through some of this pretty quickly, but
I gotta run, right? My clothes are dry. I'll be right back. This goes on for hours. a copyright takedown from Samsung. I don't think so. Really? If we get a take for that, I'm gonna be very
Whenever
sad.
anyone thinks of the song,
Their stuff is pretty great, actually. Oh yeah, but that's why I know the music. I got the thing.
yeah, it works well.
Keeps dropping my clothes. All right, let's talk AI because this is dumb.
Yeah.
We need smart.
Over the Apple part of the fence there, on the other side of that fence, a lot of hand wringing over Apple Intelligence, and they'll get it right eventually. Something, I don't know. There's been
There was an article in the New York Times saying Apple is failing.
well, this is the truth. So I saw that. I'm like, I know who wrote this. And I was like, yep. So look, this is the richest company on earth. They're doing great.
They're back at the $3 trillion.
They're fine. You know, they're going to be
Only?
$3 trillion.
Like that.
It's been they've reorged, they've moved people around, they're whatever. They'll get it right. But I guess the new thing is, so if you're in the developer beta stuff, you might have seen this, and I think there's a little bit of it, but iOS, iPadOS, macOS 18/15 point whatever 5. They're looking at actually improving Apple Intelligence by using on-device data. No, but it's Apple, so that they're this in an Apple safe, we respect your privacy kind of way. But I think this is the little conceptual hurdle I think people need to get over with AI, other than the obvious, is it real or not kind of thing. I told this story before too, but this guy complained to me that just he enabled Cortana, and then it asked him to give him permission to look at his calendar and his contacts, whatever. And I was like, yeah, that's how it works. You can't do anything unless you tell it about yourself.
Yeah.
And obviously that's going to be even more true of AI. I mean, because there's so much more data. But yeah. So I think Apple's found that. I think Apple wanted this to be the most closed system thing imaginable, but they're coming around to this notion that look, you're going to have to. If you're going to use this thing, you're going to have to.
Trying to solve this a year after they said they had it solved.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they.
I mean, the normal Apple pattern here is when they announce it in WWDC, it's going to ship in 3 months. It's already working. We're just putting the finishing touches on it. They announced something they just didn't have. They even showed a demo of something apparently they didn't have.
Having sat through the Longhorn demo of 2003, I hear what you're saying.
Listen, I'm used to Microsoft presenting fiction. I am not used to this version of Apple, Tim's Cook Apple, presenting fiction.
Okay, well, you're putting me in the awkward position of defending Tim Cook and Apple, which I have to say, I think maybe I just won't even do it. I feel like we knew from the beginning it wasn't going to be immediate, and then we learned over time.
They had to make an announcement, and they would get it figured out.
It would be a
Here we are
staged.
staring the next WWDC in the face, and they still haven't quit.
Yeah, I would imagine whatever the specific announcements for this year's show are, that the central premise is going to be, we announce something and then we ship it in September. And that's the end of it. I think they're going to go for that.
They're not going to preview anything.
I don't think so, because it was not received well.
Mistake.
Yeah, it was not received well. Although, to be fair to Apple, with the exception of this conversational Siri nonsense, which, again, you don't use Siri, I don't know what you... DC last year came from on high. Like, I think this time Tim Cook's not going to fire himself. I mean, he may not have come up with this idea.
I can't hear you. What? Speak up, please. What? Please speak up.